American 1617, cross 1 left at wind, wetter ground. Echo Alpha, short of 1 left, 324. Okay, so 18 left at Bravo, Fox Alpha, 12 bridge to the right. Squad trade 72.
Coming to you live and in Filmo sound and in color. It's Runway DFW live here at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. We are coming to you on a Thursday night, June the 5th, 2025. We'll be after dark soon enough, but for now, we're out in the open. And, why, here's me. Hello, and thank you for joining us this evening for Runway DFW. We'll be here with you till around about, I'm going to say 11 o'clock tonight, East Central Time. So if you've got a few hours to kill, or you've got something you just want to hang out, we're here for you with aviation action, cargo, wide bodies, narrow bodies, regional jets, and who knows, maybe there'll be a surprise at some point.
Alright, I see then Echo Bravo, short of 1 left.
So let's get all settled in here at Founders Plaza. That's where we're coming to you from. And our first arrival is going to be American Flight 2448 from Sacramento, 737-800.
Quick takeoff, 18 left, RNF to Park Convoy 4108. 41 near to the Carolyn 160.2, left. Bravo 1 left, back 2941. Departure on board 3450.
And right behind that, got a MAX 8, which originated. I didn't know we were going to get more music. Oh, I know what happened. Hang on. Okay, sorry. All right, music stopped. So we were talking about a MAX 8, weren't we? Yes. MAX 8 from Tucson, Flight 584, American Airlines. If you're new to Runway DFW, welcome. You'll see a lot of American Airlines planes here tonight, but we are just a few hundred feet away from the UPS cargo facility here at DFW Airport. And so we see a lot of UPS planes come and go through the night. Got a 747 and an MD-11 parked over there right now. And we would also expect to see at some point or another an A300, 767, 757. So, lots of stuff to see on a Thursday night. There's the 747, which is in, not sure if it's in cargo ingesting or cargo offloading mode. Warren Rodriguez, channel member, says hello, Queen. Lester Graber, good evening, Walt and all from Keller, Texas, not too far from here. Brandon Rabbit with a good evening. Barb Larkin also has a good evening. How bad is the Canadian smoke in the Dallas area? I haven't seen any yet. Let me give you the wide shot here. Got some very nice clouds this evening. We should have a very nice sunset in about an hour. Here comes Iberia from Madrid over on the east side tonight. That's an A330-300. We're going to pull out to see this plane coming in from Colorado Springs. You may have seen a Sun Country plane over yonder. That one is off to Minneapolis-St. Paul, its home base, 737-800.
All right, Echo, Whiskey, Mike, Culture 18 left, American 11. Whiskey, Kilo, Culture 18 left, American 11.
So a little Tide Pod action for you early in the broadcast. Our friend Luke the Random Spotter has entered the chat. Channel member and moderator, hello Luke. Ascending Dragon 1, the official American Eagle pilot of this broadcast, is also here, along with the missus, Anna the dispatcher in the chat, and one of our mods, and channel members.
Echo Whiskey Lima, hold short of 18 left on way, start 789. On way to 18 left, American 1771. American 770, Pacific Carolina traffic will hold short of your intersection at Bravo, cross 71 right, hold short, number 18 left. 18 right at Bravo, short 18 left, American. Second Chicago, full cut export, or departure 504.
Let's see, who else is here this evening? We've got TC. Hello, TC. Linda Kavinsky. Good evening from Chicagoland. Hazy because of the Canadian wildfire smoke at that location. Gil Naveau, channel member, watching on my new TV, or watching on the TV, my new favorite TV show. There was a TV show called Airport, but it got pulled off too soon. Kevin says good evening from North Richland Hills, Texas. Michael Schwarzkopf, channel member. Hello. Oh, reruns are dominating the airwaves. Okay. So we have a chance tonight on the big screen. I do believe there is some sort of a national sporting event going on in the U.S. this evening, but so an American Eagle plane, an Embraer 175 coming in from Austin there as we watch An American Airlines plane jetting off. I spied a flying Roo there. And that's going to be flight 1771 going to Las Vegas in Airbus A321.
Bottom of the way, so one in left, goes. Hold short, runway 1 left, call me, I'm
American flight 2800 is rolling there. 737-800, don't have a destination for this one. I do hope you're having a good week. We were last with you on Tuesday night.
Cross 1 in left and then Yankee and then 0.65 on the brakes and the 1686 with you just inside your hand, 1 meter. 1686 good to go, 160 good land. Good land, 1 meter.
Want to congratulate our pals over at SID Squad. They're celebrating 4 years of live broadcasting. So congratulations to SID Squad. Planes Everywhere is now a full year member on the Tri-Jet category here on this channel. Thanks for a great year of planes. Looking forward to many more. Best show in all the land. Well, that's a mighty strong statement, but thank you. Before we went on the air, we found out that Eric Coupe has upgraded their membership from Twinjet to Tri-Jet, so thank you, Eric. Also, 757 Chip is here with us tonight. Hello, Chip, with a $10 super chat. And he saith, good evening, Walt. Kurt had some kind words to say about you and the Runway DFW Moderation Federation during their 4-year anniversary stream on SID Squad. Oh, that's so nice of them. Yeah, I feel like we're all one big family. Now, I've never met any of the SID Squatters, although I do hope to at some point in the future. They put on some really terrific programs. And it's really to the point now, pretty much, where there's no time during a 24-hour clock when you probably can't find any live broadcasting from airports. Now, of course, we've got Kevin with Airline Videos Live, who's got 2 24-hour live streams. So I guess, yes, that is true right there. But I'm talking about, you know, kind of live and hosted broadcasts. And yeah, we are getting to that point. Looks like we've got American Flight 80 going to London Heathrow, which is, you see there, it's a 777, and it's going to be taking off tonight from here on the west side of the airport. One of 5, I think it's 5, daily American flights between here and London. I should check that. Is it 5 or 6? The 12-year-old 777-300ER is this. Look at that size difference between that and the CRJ there. It's a massive plane. Ascending Dragon 1 is this correct? See, I need some music for this one. I have to really reorganize my music here. Well, at any rate, let me put that up again. Ascending Dragon 1 says, breaking news, Pan American World Airways looking to make a comeback as a scheduled air carrier. I did not see that today, but that is very interesting news. If only because we might get to see once again this great logo adorning aircraft. I mean, even if it's an Airbus A319, I would love to see that logo again on aircraft. So I hope that is well, I don't have it. Why would I think it's not true? Ascending Dragon 1 told us. Although sometimes things are announced and they don't materialize, but that would not be his fault. So it looks like we're going to London here. MIceman 942 Hammer, channel member, says good evening. Smoke and Slice, a member for 6 months. Good evening, Walton Runway DFW family. Do we have this here? I think we have another Harper picture to share with you. Now, Harper is Smoke and Slice infant daughter. And he tells me that she loves to watch Runway DFW, and he offered up some photographic proof here. There she is, and there's our little broadcast in the background. So that's proof that Harper is enthralled, my words, by Runway DFW. Thanks for sending that picture on along. Some beautiful clouds in the background here tonight. Boeing aircraft chime time, ding 747. As we observed there, coming in from Greensboro, American Flight 2242, 737-800. Anna says, and I hope you're feeling better, Anna. She's been knocked out by illness, Anna has. But she says it's going to be our kid whenever we have one. J.R. Melton says, hello all, been watching storm chasers in the Panhandle, tornadoes around Lubbock. Well, fortunately for us, that's a fair distance away from us. So I think we'll be able to get away without any damage.
Charge, have a good day, Envoy 3567. Tower Louis 21 Charlie November with you, visual on your right.
Just got news from the moon that Japan, which was making a second attempt to land an unmanned craft on the moon, has just failed in its bid. So it did not work, unfortunately. That's a tough thing to do, to land something on the moon, but you'd think after having landed men on the moon decades ago, that it would be an easier thing to land an unmanned spacecraft on the lunar surface, but that's just not the case.
American 1770 with tower 18 right.
We've got our first UPS action of the evening, as we say goodbye and tally-ho to that plane. So what we got over here, 767 on its way to Ontario, California. Flight 859. No, flight 7859.
Short 1 left. Black American 80 heavy. Clear lane 18 right, American 1570.
$19.96.
We're going to have to depart 18 left, clear for takeoff, American 26.
This plane will be celebrating its 28th birthday in July, next month.
On our way, 18 left, American 2298.
Aussie Flights has now been a member of this channel for almost 2 years. Thank you, Aussie Flights. 23 months. Wood Doctor said, what if Global Airlines announced A380 service to DFW? Well, I would have to take that with a grain of salt until I actually saw them serving DFW Airport. Don't you think?
Yep, that's 2465, visual 18 right.
Planes for Life says just off runway 18 right there is a person that is playing Microsoft Flight Simulator and watching Runway DFW. I wonder who that could be.
Park, clear for takeoff, 18 left.
Josh Aldrich says, I have tickets booked to London Heathrow next month in business class. Oh, business class. Very posh. Well, I hope you have a safe trip. Josh, I guess, well, I don't know. Are you going to be flying through DFW or Chicago or some other port of call? I don't think they haven't yet launched the Oklahoma City to the UK direct flights yet, have they? Scott Randon, thank you for your kind words. Joseph Clearwater, channel member, says, I'm working 5:30 to 5:30 p.m. for the Special Olympics in Terre Haute, Indiana at Indiana State University, hosting them all weekend. That is a very honorable thing to do. Thank you for your service.
2298, good day.
Wow, Josh Aldrich says, I cashed in on some American Airlines points, so it was only $400 round trip. Yeah, they did it. They were having deals on flights using Advantage miles. I took advantage of that deal for my ticket to LAX in September for Cranky Dork Fest weekend. It was only 5,000 miles for a one-way domestic coach ticket. Although I think I did upgrade my tickets to like whatever the next level is. Not business. Advanced economy or super economy or extra legroom economy, whatever they're calling it. Let's see what's going on here. We've got American Flight 2465 arriving from Santa Ana in California.
Lot of wait, 1 left, flight control 34.
Head over to our shrubbery cam for the arrival, 737-800.
Another airplane in active light 44. One short of 1 advance to American 12. 28 left, laps away to American 1430. Oh, departure, American 2597. Crash 18 right at Whiskey Foxtrot, UPS 7859 Heavy.
There's the Iberia plane we saw cruising in. Let's see, how many minutes ago was that did it land? According to Flight Radar 24, it was 18 minutes ago that Airbus A330-300 touched down. And it is only now getting to Terminal D for deplaning. Josh Aldrich on his London trip. I'm going to stay at the Courtyard Marriott. That's the hotel that Jerry from Big Jet TV recommends. Super. Some plane spotting extraordinaire for you at Heathrow. Chip says I'll have to sync up with what with on your flight to LAX. This cranky one is going to Cranky Dork Fest too. Okay, good. Yeah, I would give you the number. They just changed it on me. Let me see if I can find it here in my email, which I never purge.
Good day, American 1430.
So let's see, originally I was going to be on flight 2005 from here to LAX on September 12th. That was to have taken off at 6 a.m. But they changed it recently, and why don't I see it here? I know they changed it.
Happy Parkway to go on a last American 1234.
There's been a change in my trip. Now it's leaving September 12th at 7:10 a.m. on flight 3317. So I will lose an hour in LA, assuming all the flights are on time that day. So it's a different flight number. I don't even know what aircraft that is.
I'll have to wait 18 left on board 4208.
So I'm looking, see what kind of aircraft I've got in store for me. Not saying. That's not fair. I'm in seat 10F. See if I pull up the seat map.
I have runway 18 left, UPS 7859 Heavy.
Well, it just shows me a seat map. It doesn't tell me what the aircraft is. Oh well. Anyway, that's the That's the update on your host going to LAX. We will also be planning to do at least one, maybe two live broadcasts from the big airport at LAX during our trip there. We're getting there on a Friday morning, and my plan would be to do maybe like a late morning or midday broadcast ahead of the big shindig high atop the H Hotel that night. Most likely from the parking garage, which is walking distance from the H Hotel, which is nice. And in the past, I've tried for a pre-show for Kevin and Rudy's Airline Videos live broadcast from the same general vicinity where they broadcast from at Clutter's Park. So we'll see if that can be arranged. Our friend Luke was very instrumental in providing promotional consideration and transportation during our last foray to the Southland. So there goes that 767 off to Ontario. Looks like we're going to miss Luke. He's changing planes at 10:30 on Flight 442. Well, we'll see you there, Mr. Luke. Yeah, he says the one change to the American Airlines app I don't like, it doesn't tell you the aircraft you're scheduled to fly on anymore. Maybe because, well, if they give you seats, they've got to know what the aircraft is, right? Well, this far out, it's subject to change anyway, as I have already found out. Oh, Chip is flying out on Thursday, so I'll work and lurk from the hotel room on Friday before the festivities begin. Okay, well, yeah, I'm basing my travels on I've only got a limited number of vacation days. In fact, I don't even think I have enough vacation days to do what I want to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. What are they going to say? You're fired? Anyway, from Los Angeles, we take Runway DFW to Seoul for our second annual Seoul excursion. We will leave for Seoul on that Monday, which will be the 15th of September, I believe it is. I haven't made the reservations yet. I want to go on... There's several options to get from LAX to Seoul directly. Last year, went on the A380, which was my first A380 experience, and this year I'm gonna try to get on the Korean Air 747 if it's still flying later this year, because I'd really like. I've never been on a 747 either. I'd really like to get a notch under my belt before that does not become a thing anymore. American Flight 1456 from Salt Lake City is nearing the runway. We're about a minute and a half away from that. It's near Bus A321. Glad you could be with us tonight. Here's the latest METAR from Woot Doctor. Call that up on my decoder. So the wind appears to be coming out of the, well, the east-southeast, looks like. 7 knots, visibility 10 miles. 7 knots, 8 miles an hour, and it's 88 degrees Fahrenheit, 31 degrees Celsius. I guess in Barcelona they would say that Celsius. Oh, that flight from Salt Lake City. Yes, we were going to look at that, weren't we?
RNAV B park clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 2267. Envoy 4291, see ya.
I spy, with my little eye, a Qantas Streamliner, which is being towed over to the terminal. We'll see that go out around about 11 o'clock tonight, if that's the one I'm thinking of, going to Sydney. Ross says, I dig your little Oscar cooler, old school. Good to see that on the wide shot. Boy, you've got good eyes. There it is down there. I didn't even know it had a name. What does it say on here? It says Coleman Personal 8. So I don't know, maybe it's a different one than you thought. Ooh, Doctor wants to know, do people really dance and yell Seoul plane when they embark on a flight to Seoul? That's not been my experience. Not been my experience. Got some other plane spotters out here taking the photos. Here's a look at the East Tower with a very hazy Dallas skyline in the background. Maybe we are getting some of that Canadian wildfire smoke. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that.
20 left, line of way, American 2030.
Oh, Ross, thank you. Your Korean content was fantastic. I think everyone really enjoyed it. Looking forward to seeing it again. It was fun. I do have a new spot scoped out for our broadcasts from Incheon, the main airport in Seoul. So I hope that will work out. American Flight 2030, the tail of which you see there, it is going, whoa, it is, it's going to Phoenix, Arizona, the Valley of the Sun. So yeah, Seoul is fun, and we hope again to bring you not only aviation-related content, but also some live Runway DFW at-large segments from various locations in the Seoul metropolitan area. South Koreans just elected a new president this week. I don't think we've taken a look yet tonight at the MD-11.
Arctic 655, New Pitera, runway 110 and 11, runway 13, right, clear to land.
Sunset here is about 20 minutes away. Don't have much in the way. Got pretty overcast in the western sky, so we'll see if we have any colors in the sky. Steve Lundaby says, I still use a cooler like that one that was pointed out under my feet here. Good to see you, Steve. Tyler Forrester, channel member, says, good evening from your Calgary-based cabin crew. Sorry about the smoke. Well, we might have some things to be sorry about as well, but I don't want to get into politics here. But we're glad to have our Canadian friends here with us. Oh, Freddie O is a fan of the at-large streams. Thank you, Freddie O. It was kind of fun to do that. I mean, it was essentially just a smartphone and wandering around Seoul. We also, and all that content is still available here on the channel. We also did a live broadcast from a bullet train.
Tower American 2885, 18 right.
Which I thought was fun.
110, clear to land, 18 right, American 2885.
Not something you can do in the U.S. Mary Extraordinaire says, hey, I didn't know you were on. Well, let me see, am I on? Let me check this. I am on.
Last line, Wayne, American 806.
Well, welcome, Mary, a channel member. Luke says, you're a bit early. Mary usually shows up for our chat extravaganza after we finished with the planes, and we're just packing things up. Here's flight 806 American Airlines. It's a MAX 8 going to Santa Ana. Making the turn on runway 18 left. We're in South Flow tonight. The takeoff runway is 18 left. The arrivals runway is 18 right here on the west side of the airport. We've got 3 active runways over on the east side. 17 right for the takeoffs, 17 center and 17 left for the arrivals. I haven't seen anything coming in. Oh no, I do. So we do also have landings on 13 right, which is a runway we do not see from here. Right now there's a Martinair cargo plane coming in from Tyler on 13 right. What you're seeing there is American Flight 806. Did I say this? Flight 808 to Santa Ana, California. It's a MAX 8. Yes, I did say that.
Tower, good evening. American 420 visual 18 right. 18 right, clear to land, American 420.
Mike Reef, channel member, says, hello and good evening from, I believe that's Fort Wayne, is it not? Thank you for the live stream tonight. Glad to be here with you, and glad you could be here. Yes, Fort Wayne International Airport. Look at me knowing my airport codes, or at least guessing. Robert Brune, channel member, says hello to me and to our fellow chatters.
On the way to 18 left, runway 3937.
Leonard Watkins says Qantas is in the house. Well, we did see it on the move down there. Well, one of the planes. Qantas has 2 flights on certain days to Sydney, which is a daily flight, and to Melbourne, which is multiple days a week, but not every day. This last I checked.
Clear for takeoff at 1 left, RNN to be parked, runway 3937.
There's that Qantas. Just landing there. An American Airlines flight from San Diego. Flight number 2885, an Airbus A321, coming in hot on its tail is American Flight 1632 from Denver, an Airbus A321, and right behind that, American Flight 420 from Denver, an Airbus A321. So if you like Airbus A321s, we got you covered here on Runway DFW before dark. And yes, once again, we come to you from our perch at DFW Founders Plaza. And despite what it says on the interwebs, as far as I know, it's open 24 hours a day.
Hold short 1 left, Whiskey Lima, America 2885.
You will see on the internet that Founders Plaza is open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But I've not seen it closed since I've been coming here at oddball hours for the last 3.5 years on a multi-day basis every week. Channel member Crystal Allen says hello to everyone. Hello, Crystal. Elena Dreyer. That's a noise. Elena Dreyer says it's great to see everyone, and it's good to see you as well. The Loneliest Ham says, hello, good sir. Thank you for this most excellent stream. We are so happy to have you join us. Why, I spy a United Airbus A320. This is going to San Francisco. It's a 23-year-old Airbus A320. I see channel member and moderator Michael Flannery in the house. Hello to you, Michael. I want to thank again Warren, Waz Radio, for such a really warm shout out to not only this channel but to all of our mods on his his Saturday night broadcast in Sydney. American Eagle 3738 is what that is. It will be going to Aguascalientes in Mexico. It's an Embraer E170. And you see there American Airlines flight 3328 to Los Angeles. They're headed out of the shop.
DFW Tower, American 1504 is with you. Visual wing right. Right, clear land, American 1504.
So on Tuesday night we had two MD-11s of the UPS variety, one of which was a little bit recalcitrant when it came to starting up. We watched it being the airline version of being jump-started for, I don't know, it seemed like about 45 minutes. Maybe it wasn't that long. The second one was fine, and then we did get a bonus MD-11 when we had a FedEx MD-11 touchdown over here on Tuesday night. So will we get that lucky again? I don't know about that. There you see Flight 3328 to Los Angeles and Airbus A321. It is just rolling down 18 left at this time. Get a little construction update here. Work is continuing apace on Terminal F, the newest terminal here at DFW. You see it with the yellow kind of backing, or insulation, I guess it is. There, with the Qantas Dreamliner parked in front of it. The Terminal F scheduled to come online in the year 2027. And the sole occupant, airline-wise, will be American Airlines. Like that one right there. Oh, there's Texas Girl. Tuesday was fun, she said. Texas Girl was here the whole time for our whole broadcast. And thank you again for that, Texas Girl. She let us know on Tuesday that she's headed to Boston on assignment. So safe travels to Boston, or if you've already started your trip, I hope everything's going well. Milo101 says, hello, can't wait to be in DFW in 2 weeks. Not sure if you'll be live to catch our landing. It'll be a 737-800 arriving at 12:41 p.m. Normally, that is not a time when we are at the airport. Sometimes we are, but it's very rare on a weekday, so I don't know what day of the week that is. The only day we could regularly be there would be Saturday, but because it's starting to get so hot, we're shifting our Saturday broadcast to start around 4 p.m. typically. So chances are we won't be able to catch your flight coming in, but I do hope you have a good one. Flight 2351 from Mexico City. Bienvenidos. 737-800. Milo says it'll be Friday the 20th. And yeah, that is not prime time for us, unfortunately. And I'm waiting for our camera 2 to come back. There it is. Alaska Airlines, flight 909, 737-900, going to Seattle. As darkness begins to descend. We're still a couple minutes away from official sunset here. But the western skies are kind of overcast. So it's going to get a little darker a little earlier than it might otherwise. But it's a very pleasant evening here at DFW Airport. I spent the last couple of hours before I was here working at my other job. I popped into, usually I'm at a Starbucks. Today I stopped at a La Madeleine, which is a French bistro, which is been around for a long time here in North Texas. So I had a nice chicken dinner, chicken La Madeleine, with green beans and rice. Very tasty. That is American Flight 2228. It is off to the city adjacent to the bay, San Francisco. An Airbus A321. Texas Girl with an update, 11 hours from Boston. And that's driving. So I'm glad you're getting a nice break. I hope it's a nice break. Don't let us keep you from getting the rest you need. Texas Girl says, here comes American from London. Did I miss that? Was it over on the east side? Or is it yet to come? Well, I'll be on the lookout for that, Texas Girl. I don't see it on the old radar. LHR 2 DFW. Show on map. Yeah, it did land. Landed over on the east side, so apologize for missing that. Thank you for the heads up. It landed 4 minutes ago. AI-50H. Good evening, Walt from San Antonio. So greetings to all of our Texas viewers around the state and all of our viewers around this big old marble. Max Aguero, 29. Regards from Costa Rica. Hello, Max. Kevin says you should do a stream in SFO. I've thought about that. I may yet do that. The problem is, for me, well, time off, of course, and of course there is expense involved in any journey outside of your regular environment, and then there's also vacation time. So I could do something like that on a weekend, but I do have some weekend obligations to do work around the house and to spend time with my grandson, so. But I'll try to get that worked in sometime. I'd really like to see it. And I've watched Kevin on Airline Videos Live several times that he's gone to SFO. Looks like just a great spot to see the planes coming and going. As long as the weather cooperates, which is never a given at SFO. And now arriving from Punta Cana. Here comes American Flight 1394, Airbus A321. Milo 101 says, imagine Runway DFW and Airline Videos collab. Well, listen, Kevin is, I consider Kevin a friend. He's got Rudy, so he doesn't need a collaborator. But, you know, I have appeared on his broadcast time or two. Always nice. He always invites me on and exchange pleasantries. But yeah, I give a lot of credit. I always give a lot of credit to Kevin at Airline Videos Live for inspiring me to do this, because he has a similar background in TV news, which I've been in TV news since. Let's put it this way: I was working in TV news full time when Kevin was born. So we'll leave it at that. But. Hey, it's almost Super Cargo Master time. This one came in over on runway 13 right from Abilene, Texas. Cessna Super Cargo Master, operating for Martin Air. Delivering cargo. Feeding into the UPS network. Kevin of Airline Video says, did I hear my name? Yes, Kevin, I was giving you some deserved praise for being a really big inspiration for me to start this channel. And I dare say that you inspired a lot of other airport streamers as well. So thank you for that, Kevin. Hans, I did not see your previous message. I'm apologizing for that. But I do see that you have pushed the like button, so I appreciate very much that. Katie Goodling says, good evening. She's a channel member. Loneliest Ham says, what a nice UPS this is.
Departure for 188, yep.
Kevin, you are always welcome, and maybe someday you'll return here. I hope you will, but I understand that there's a lot of things going on in AVL world. So Reverse Ops says, hello Reverse Ops, that's Patrick over in Honolulu, says that I inspired him, so it's kind of a domino effect, I guess. Milo also, if I have an Instagram page, I have one, but I really am not active on it, so I hate to direct you to it. But if you look up Runway DFW, I think you'll find something there, but I'm not, as I said, I'm not really active on it. So while we wait for other action to happen, let's take a look at the big boxes being ingested into this 747. There's Kevin saying hello to everyone. I can't imagine that you haven't seen Airline Videos live on the Airline Videos YouTube channel, but if you haven't, well, listen, you're missing out. On 24 hours a day, on 2 different channels, plus the live streams that he does 3 or 4 times a week, so always something to see at Airline Videos Live. Mike Reeve with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mike. Saying, hey, Walt, I really enjoy watching you at DFW, and I get to watch HNL and LAX. It's really exciting to see all these airports. And thank you for that, Mike. Laura C., channel member, was watching Reverse Ops this morning. So, yeah, I mean, there's almost literally somebody streaming from some airport somewhere. Not to mention the 24-hour live streams at LAX from Airline Videos. So, yes, there's always something to watch. So we do our little bit here at DFW to keep you informed. Well, thank you, Just Plains Crazy. So a little bit light on aviation activity here. Well, we've got American Flight 499 from San Antonio about to touch down. It is an Airbus A320. So, shall we take a look at that? $19.99. 26-year-old Airbus frame. Celebrated that anniversary last month. Oh, thank you for that, Kevin. Oh, and Kevin, I have a tripod question I would like to pose to you. I'll send you an email if you have a chance. Just want to pick your brain. Optimistic Mountain Landscape, AVL, one of the best plane spotting channels out there. I would certainly concur with that opinion. Thank you for that, Kevin. I will send you that inquiry, and if you have a chance. I can imagine the volume of email you must have to deal with, so I try not to burden you. The Loneliest Ham said, I had terrifying fear of flight, so I watched these fine channels, and now I love planes. That is very cool. Laura C. says it's fun to see the same folks in different chats. That does wind up being the case. That even applies to moderators in some cases. And Linda says, nice to watch everyone inspire each other. It is really nice, and I really am grateful that I've been able to be friendly with Kevin and Patrick and in person. Got to meet Jerry of Big Jet TV when he came here. A brief encounter. And I feel like I know Kevin of Wellington Flights Live personally, even though we've never met personally. So Kevin is giving a little preview, perhaps what might be to come to Anna the Dispatcher, August or September. Of course, we'll be coming to see you in September, in mid-September, Kevin. I hope you don't come in. I hope you don't come after Cranky Dorkfest, because I'll be out of the country for a week or so. But, you know, whatever your schedule allows. I just hate to miss you guys. Milo 101 says, can anyone go to Founders Plaza at DFW and watch the planes land? And the answer is yes. We're looking over there at some of the folks, including a plane spotter there on the right. There's kids. There's picnic tables. There's binoculars. All sorts of stuff. I wouldn't count on those binoculars to see anything, but they're free. Got a United 737-700 just about to touch down from Houston Intercontinental George Bush World Airport, just a few miles south of here. 45-minute flight from Houston. So let us bring that to you, this arrival.
Golf right now. We might have a small maintenance if you want to go up here and park somewhere.
So another 20th century plane we see. Laura C says AVL at DFW, that's worth a trip from Houston. And to meet Walt too. Yeah, I would most likely be here. If Kevin's here during the week, I'll spare some time from my regular job to come down here. Hey, I see O'Malley. Hello, O'Malley. A moderator and channel member here at DFW, and someone I have gotten to meet in person at Cranky Dork Fest. I spy with my little eye a 757. This is DFW flight 753, a 757-200. It will be going to Chicago Rockford International Airport.
A blast from the past, 1990.
And that one there is 34 years old, be 35 in September. Michael says another Martinair has come in.
18 right, cleared to land, Delta 2796.
I see it. We should be seeing it shortly. I think the Martinair is waiting. There it is. It's waiting for that 757 to get in gear.
1989.
A 36-year-old super cargo master coming in from Tyler just a few minutes ago. 6 minutes ago. Tyler's in East Texas. It came in on runway 13 right, so we didn't get to see it land. free to bed. I shall make my triumphant return to DFW September 26th, 20th through 29th. Please won't be back from Korea. And hopefully Kevin will be there at that time too. I'm not sure what my end date in Korea. I haven't made those specific reservations yet. But I would like to be there at least a week. So let's see. The 13th, 14th, 15th is when I leave for Korea. That would be a Monday. So 7 days hence will be the 22nd. So if I come back on the next Monday, so maybe I'll be back by the time you get here, Fareed. Is my third favorite aircraft after the 747 and the Airbus A350-300. Yeah, I'm not picky about 747s. I'll take any 747 as number one.
Whiskey Lima, Queen's Cross 28 left, and taxi with help, and ground on substitute yourself to 27 next. Southern Park CMX 459. Tower 2707, we corrected issue and we're ready for departure.
Comes another Super Cargo Master. Oh no, this is the same one. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, it is. It's just now able to get waved into its berth at the far end of the UPS facility. This came in from Tyler, Texas. Had to wait a little bit. Sam Wilson, yeah, the A350, I'm sorry, the A340-300 is what I meant to say. A340-300, my second favorite plane. It's got 4 engines. It's a wide-body Airbus with 4 engines, but it's not the A380. So I may have misspoken. Texas Hockey Fox says we had a tornado around Lubbock an hour ago. Thank God everyone is safe. Wow. Yeah, somebody was saying that they were having weather in Lubbock earlier. And, yeah, this is tornado season. Glad to hear that there were no casualties. So here is Flight 753 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. And yes, I know it's not exactly in Chicago or even close, but
northbound American runway 36 left. 27. Runway 18 left, American 1406.
Can just barely see a trail of smoke from those big engines. Laura C says that 757 sounds like an old vacuum cleaner. Well, I think what you're hearing is an air start over by UPS. That kind of whiny sound. It can be very annoying. Kevin says, I saw the A340-600 at DFW and got a video of it. Yeah, they did fly in here a couple of weeks ago. I didn't see that one. I'm not as fond of that one. The engines, they're bigger, and so that plane, the 600 model, looks more modern. I like the little hairdryer engines of the A340 300. Kenneth White checking in from the Motor City. Hello, Kenneth.
Clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1406.
Mike with NZ1 Aviation saying hello and nice to be here, and we're happy to have you with us. O'Malley, you might want to rethink this, O'Malley. I'm coming to DFW in, wait for it, July. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll be less than 100 degrees. Well, go back to our math now. 90 is greater than 100. You get a little view inside of this 747. Oh, I guess I was already on that. You see the shiny metal cargo container inside the hold. Getting nudged around, I guess. Brad Taylor says hello from downtown Dallas. Sorry you're out in that humidity. You know, it's really not bad out tonight. According to my watch, it's 84 degrees. Humidity 73%. See, I don't mind that. Some people get freaked out if it's not 68 degrees and, 20% humidity, but I'm good in this environment. Tilt our camera number 1, up into the night sky. And I think we can bring you a shot of the moon. Let's see what we can do here. It's a little hazy. dial down the exposure a bit here. There, I think we got a shot. Rock says hello from Rochester, New York. Thanks for the views of the UPS Queen of the Skies. Not something we see every night. Have a great show. Thank you. Well, we see the moon pretty much every night. It'll be full in a few days. And, I don't know, it looks hazier in person than it does on the screen there. I don't know why. Milo 101 wants to know how long we'll be with you tonight. Probably till about 11 o'clock Central Time. So a couple more hours. And we should, at this time, switch over to our nighttime motif. So there's the moon. Let's get on board with the official After Dark portion of our broadcast. You have found yourself watching Runway DFW After Dark live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt. We are here from our command post at Founders Plaza here at DFW Airport, and we'll be here with you for the next couple of hours, so why not stick around to Runway DFW After Dark. Trying to get my main camera reconfigured here after our look at the moon. Well, as it turns out, we can see downtown Dallas in the hazy night sky tonight. And downtown Dallas is where Jennifer Rutherford is, who has been a member of the twin jet category for 6 months. Howdy, Walt, from downtown Dallas, says Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you. Channel member Brian Henry, gotta get up at 3 for work. 3. I'll watch the replay tomorrow, what I missed tonight. Brian, thank you for spending your quality time with us. We hope you get some quality rest. Flyer KG channel member saying hello to all, as does Elena Dreyer. Lewis Photography wants to know what camera and lens are we using. You can find that information in the description of this and all of our broadcasts. I think we have almost all the equipment that major equipment that we use there, so check that out for that information. Coming into focus, American Airlines flight from Phoenix, Arizona. Airbus A321, flight 3232. I should know some of these flights by memory now. Well, just a few minutes ago, we were looking over at the UPS 747 with its cargo door open. Now its cargo door is closed, which would indicate perhaps we will be seeing some activity there soon. I believe this plane will be going to Louisville, the UPS Worldport. And it's got its marker lights on, so yeah, I think we're going to be seeing it. Peter Bussier says hi, Walt. And we welcome Mason, Angeli, or Agnelli. Hi, I'm new here watching from southern Mississippi. Well, thank you for watching. We're glad to have you as a new viewer, and I hope you like what you see. So here's kind of a wide angle look at UPS, at least part of it. We see about 4 planes on the left there, then on the right the 747. To the right of it is out of our shot is a MD-11, which we hope to see going out later tonight. And I do believe we're getting some pushback action. This plane is indeed going to Louisville. 747-400. '20th century plane.
1997.
SRN's, one of our Quadjet channel members with a $2 super chat. Enjoying the stream, thank you. Thank you, SRN's.
On that layer, 111 to big up back in 1940. 20 left, line up on you, like 318.
It seems like it's just a small cockpit for such a gigantic plane. Curios says, hey, Walt, any chance for a return at Indianapolis International Airport? We missed you here. Aw. Well, there's always a chance I'll head back there. I had fun. We did, I think, three or four broadcasts from Indianapolis. Well, that was last year. George Zeri watching from Mississauga, Canada. I think I got that right. Hello, George. Cajun Josh says Boeing cockpits are definitely more cozy than their Airbus counterparts. SRN says, I'd love it if a Tri-Jet 727 would come to DFW to land. I'd love it. I'd love to know when the last time one was here. I mean, you know, about, 25 years ago, if you looked over at any of the terminals, it would just be full of Tri-Jet tails. Mason wants to know if we have any American E-jets that happen to be heading to Gulfport, Mississippi, my local airport, that you can show depart. Well, if we see one pop up, we'll try to follow it along. We do see those every now and again. Daryl Warren says evening, watching and remembering my first flight at DC-9 Texas International from Midland to Love Field. How about you guys? Nick family says, yay, time to knit and watch Walton Plains. Thank you for your support of the channel, Nick family. So the question is, will this plane take off from here on the west side, or will it go over to the east side for departure? We'll know soon. It looks to be on a trajectory for the west side departure. Happy to say. I see our channel member Cloudy Sayers in the chat. Channel member and friend of the channel. Hello to you, Cloudy. And I always say be sure to check out her Instagram page, AA Pilot Wife. It's terrific. Victor Diaz Guerra is greeting us from Cuba. Hello, Victor. JTB Airliner 320 just got back last night from LAX. Got to watch planes from in and out. If you haven't done it, it's a must. I have done it for the last 2 years at Cranky Dork Fest. But yeah, so I know exactly what you mean. Family Alfaro 2024 says hi, watching from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. Good to have you with us. MR Rice, all hail the Queen of the Sky. MR, I did get to watch. He sent me a link to a video which lists some, I think it was 10 airline liveries that we miss. And it was very interesting. Thank you for sending that link to us. Optimistic Mountain Landscape is saying hi from Green Valley, Arizona. So So this plane is waiting. The 747 is waiting for planes to land because it's got to cross over runway 18 right where the planes are landing, and the next one to land is just about to do that. It's an Airbus A319, flight 1803, American Airlines from I'll say McAllen, Texas. And so now, the Queen of the Skies is on the move again. Tainted Tater found our channel a couple weeks ago and is hooked. Thank you for your kind words, Tainted Tater. Curios says the FedEx 757 is going around on runway 13 right. Or went around. I'm looking for it on the radar. Oh, okay. That is the plane. The FedEx plane he's talking about is flight 1058. It's a 757-200, which left Fort Worth Alliance Airport 9 minutes ago. So it came over, made an approach on runway 13 right, and for whatever reason did not land. It's going around right now. To the west of us. Maybe it'll be kind enough to come on in on a 18 right, so we can get a good look at it. Ah, the Queen. There's Kevin saying good night to everyone. Good night, Kevin. Thanks for hanging out with us. Here we go, off to Louisville.
185 on 134.
So I'm thinking it should be banking to the left here in the not too distant future. And yet I'm wrong. So let's see where that pesky FedEx plane is now. Well, it looks like it's going to make another approach on 13 right. Dare we try to get a look at it as it comes in? I don't know that we'll be able to. But let's give it a shot. Swing our camera over to the west here. Now, as I have explained on many occasions, 13 right is not a runway we can see directly, and the planes come in pretty low, so it's hard for us to see anything coming in that direction, but we'll give it a try here. We're looking now to the northwest of our location, and we're looking for flight 1058 FedEx coming in from Fort Worth. Sorry, I got distracted. From Alliance Airport in Fort Worth. Is this it over there? That could be it. That could be it behind the shrubbery. And next we'll get a peek of it here, maybe.
Tower American 2148 and inbound Rachel for the money right.
There it is.
Money right, we'll land hold to the Bravo American 2148.
Now maybe we'll see it over here. You can see how spread out this airport is. We're not going to see too much of it, but that's more than I anticipated we would see. So anyway, the novelty of this plane is that it's coming to us from I think that's all we're going to see. Let's see if we catch a glimpse over here. The plane is coming to us from an airport in the vicinity. Oh, there it is. All right, well, that is all we'll see of that. We may catch a glimpse of it later when it comes around to go to the FedEx facility over on the east side. Anyway, that was fun. Well, look who's here. It is our channel sponsor James Webb, who presents us with a $200 super chat. Thank you so much, James Webb. Much appreciated. Hope all is well with you, Mr. Webb, out there on the West Coast. For those of you who don't know, James Webb is our channel sponsor. He's also a QuadJet channel member, and he's supplied us over the course of the last couple of years with a lot of really top-notch gear from which to bring you these broadcasts, or with which to bring you these broadcasts. So thanks again, James. Very, very much. Lyric the Game Boy says, wow, never seen a 1-3 right arrival before. Rachel Dally Hug, channel member, says, good evening, everyone. Elena Dreyer, nice to watch this stream for a change, because I live near a Georgia airport, and all we see is anything from little Skyhawks to private jets. Channel member Vince Las Vegas is here with us. Hello, Vince. A good Thursday evening to all. And Vince, I hope we get to see you at Cranky Dork Fest this year. All right, back to the Axion. American Flight 1798 to San Diego. And Airbus A321 is next to depart. Might have seen it on the as we were panning. See if we can get a better view of it here. The Cathay Pacific A350-1000, which is parked down there at the corner of Terminal D. And that typically goes out around 11 o'clock. So we hope to be, we always like to hang out to bring you that. So this is, let's see, what do we got, 9:30 here-ish. Let's take a break now.
Genie.
That's what I wanted. Let's see. Let's see, we are here on Runway DFW, and I think we need some of I really have to reorganize my audio board. Yeah, we'll bring you a little bit of this. Yes, it's time to recognize our Runway DFW channel members. to fuel this aircraft. This virtual aircraft anyway. And so let us do that now. Did I push the right button? No, I did not. It's not Chatstravaganza. So hold on. Take that out. Okay. Here we go. I'm not very organized tonight, am I? Okay. Here is the way we thank our members. We put their names on the screen. And number one on the list is, as mentioned earlier, James Webb, who is our channel sponsor and benefactor. Thank you, James, for everything you do for Runway DFW. Now, we're going to present to you the names of our channel members in order of Quadjet, Trijet, and Twinjet. This list was compiled at noon today, so if you've become a member or upgraded your membership since then, watch for that change on our next broadcast. So here we go with our Quadjet channel members, whom I personally thank. And the list starts with 757 Chip, thank you Chip, 2 Airplanes FRA, to Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, Beaker and Honeydew, Bev A, Bill Platt, Brian D, Chuck TXK, Cubs Win, Drone Okie, Dwayne C, S.O. Rents, HD Kraut, James Webb, John Lipman, Josh Aldrich, Kevin D, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Michael Flannery, Michelle R.S., Mike G, Netgear, Only Planes Network, Patrick Wooters, Pete Nordine, Payathon, S35 Bonanza Pilot. I'm trying to follow things as I read this. Sarah Deal, Skittles, Steve Lundaby, Texas Girl, The Grinch, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison are Quadjet channel members. And now you will see the names of all of our Trijet and Twinjet members scrolling for the next few minutes, and I thank each of you for your very generous support of Runway DFW. And this is your show, so if you have any suggestions or comments, criticisms, there's my email, walt@runwaydfw.com, walt@runwaydfw.com. Would love to hear from you. If you have something to say that you don't want to say in the chat, or if I missed, which I do sometimes. Chip, I get that reference. That's a Johnny Carson reference. Well, I guess more specifically, it's an Ed McMahon reference. So once again, this is, or maybe I didn't announce this. This is flight 761, a 767-300ER, going to Ontario, California, 15-year-old plane. It's probably about to flash its headlight at us. Ben wants to know how things are going with planes. Hello, Ben, channel member. Well, we've got them. We've seen a 747. We've seen 767. Seen a bunch of other planes. And we'll see a bunch more planes in the next 90 minutes or so here on Runway DFW. Lockheed F-16, yes, you did miss the 747 UPS, which took off earlier. There was a what was a Singapore Airlines cargo 747, which came in as we were getting ready to go on. So if we're lucky, we'll see that take off before too much longer. Ah, the sounds of the airport. Can be deafening at times. Francis says hello. Hello to you, Francis, a channel member. Brandon Rabbit, thank you for those kind words. And oh, your wife and kid are in Japan for the month. Wow. Well, something for you to digest whilst they're on the other side of the world. Aviation Geek, thank you for your kind comments. Nick, we've had a 747 head out before you logged in. So if you spin back on the broadcast, you can see it not too long ago. I haven't checked to see. Singapore cargo 747-400 is scheduled to go out to Brussels at 10:25, less than an hour from now. So if you want to hang out for that, we'll have that for you. There you see in the background, O'Malley, it's either a Qantas jet or a Turkish jet. I'm going to say that's Turkish. And chances are it's just about to make a right turn over to the bridge, but we'll see. Maybe we'll be lucky and see it take off here on this Tuesday night, but just so you know, DFW is kind of bisected by terminals. We're on the west side. This plane is going to Istanbul, which is east of us, and a lot of times for a number of reasons, including traffic patterns. The flight controllers like for planes going to the east to take off on the east side. And it looks like that's what this one is doing. This is a 7879 Dreamliner headed to Istanbul, flight 192. Mr. Fish 1991 has now been a member of this channel for 15 months. Good evening from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Thank you for your long-term support of the channel. Really appreciate it. Oh, Mally, that was not Austrian. Come on. You're trying to fool me, confuse me. You're trying to gaslight me. Hello to you, Matthew Rice. Simon 007 wants to know our camera gear. Check out our description and links in the description of this broadcast. And I think every broadcast, I try to keep it updated. But that, instead of kind of going over all of it on the air, which I have before, that's a way to kind of make it easy to see what we're using. Well, how about something to brighten up our night sky? Spirit Flight 2703 from Las Vegas. It looks like an Airbus A320, or it will when we see it. Sorry, I was just, I had to do a little bit of text communication with my daughter regarding tomorrow morning when I go bright and early to pick up my grandson to go to his summer day camp. Look at what we've got there, ladies and gentlemen. It's flight 3765, a UPS MD-11 going to Louisville, Kentucky. And I bet you're all curious to know what year was that plane built. And I'm about to tell you as soon as I find the right button.
1991.
Good night,
Thanks again to all of our Runway DFW members. I really appreciate it. Put our clock back in there. Where's our clock? Okay, got it. Route Doctor says a 747 is scheduled to fly from Louisville to DFW, arriving at 4:30 tomorrow morning. Will I be here to see it? No. I will be getting some, a little bit of shut-eye. All right, we're about to get the question answered that we are curious about, and that is whether this plane will take off, this MD-11 will take off from the east side or the west side. And that will be determined by its pathway. Continues going tails out to us, it means it's going to go over to the east side most likely. Not always, but we'll we'll see. Say hello to Keith PDX, channel member, up in Portland, I'm assuming. Hello, Keith. Beatmaker 50 says a 3-hole beauty. Well, we have a lot of people who like to see this plane. And in certain parts of the world and the country, you just don't see these. So we do like to put a little extra focus on this plane. Now, unfortunately for us, it looks like it's going to be heading over to the east side for its takeoff. Oh, but we do have on the radar Singapore cargo flight 7951 to Brussels, Belgium. And so it looks like we will be seeing another 747 before the night is out. Be patient, kind viewers. I know, Elena, naughty tri-jet. You see an American Airlines plane coming into the hangar area for R&R. Karen Monson with a little word play there on the screen. Now there is always a chance that this particular plane could cross over to 18 left and take off from the short T. It has happened before. But it does look like it's kind of trucking, if you know what I mean. I don't see it making a turn here to the right as it would if it would be taking off from 18 left. But it is waiting there. Well, now it's gotten the green light. So it does look as though we're going to have to try to catch it as it goes up into the stratosphere from behind the terminal areas. And Flight Radar 24 is good enough to give us a heads up on when that's going to happen. So United Flight 2330 going to Denver, a MAX 8. Kiwi Whispers, channel member, thank you for those kind words. So let's check out a Frontier tail, shall we? Frontier flight 26312 to Denver, an Airbus A321 or Airbus A320 Neo with the Mojave, the Desert Tortoise. Let's see, can we get any closer to Mojave? That's about as close as we can get. So there's Mojave for you. Sarah, the real deal channel member, says it was not, is this right? 96 degrees Fahrenheit outside of Boston today? Is that right? That doesn't sound possible. It wasn't even that hot today in North Texas. The world is upside down. Channel member Bradley Smith is saying hello from Chattanooga in Tennessee. Hello, Bradley. Cade Baker says, we're out here watching with you for once. Glad to make it out in time to see the UPS 747. And Cade, if you hang on, we should be seeing Singapore Airlines Cargo 747. It's on the radar. I don't think it has backed out, so we should be seeing it soon. It's going to Brussels, and if we're lucky, we'll see it go out here on the west side of things. Keeping an eye now on the UPS MD-11, which looks like number 2 to take off over on the east side. Hey, Johnny Dodge, channel member and friend of the channel. Good to see you as well. So let's see, I think we can watch this Frontier plane take off before we try to look at the MD-11 go up and away. It's 10 o'clock Central Time. All right, now we will turn our collective attention over to the east side of the airport, where the MD-11 is just getting ready to take off. Just a quick reminder, very quick, that you are watching Runway DFW After Dark live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. My name is Walt, and I'm happy to have you here with us for this fun time together. Okay, the MD is rolling. We're going to look for it over there. I see it. There it is. So we didn't get to see it rolling down the runway, but Got to it pretty quickly after it lifted off. Going to Louisville. Now for our next trick, we've got a UPS A300 backing out there, but behind it you see two of the four engines of the Singapore Airlines cargo 747-400. That's a 21-year-old plane, is the 747. And once again, this is going to Brussels in Belgium, don't you know? So there you see five, well, you almost see five engines in this shot. Four on the 747 and one on the A300. The A300, the UPS plane in the foreground, is going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. And yes, I know it's in Rockford and not in Chicago, but that's the name of the airport. This plane came in probably around 7 p.m. It landed as we were setting up for our broadcast tonight. KPDX loves the lights on the tail. Yes, we very much, especially at night. Well, of course, always at night. We appreciate a good tail light here. Our friends at UPS do not believe in the tail light. So their planes are a little murkier at night. So coming up later in this hour, we expect to see Qantas, Flight 8, I believe it is, going to Sydney. We expect to see Cathay Pacific, an A350-1000, taking off for Hong Kong. And a Qatar A350-1000 to Doha. Typically that takes off over on the east side of the airfield. That whine you hear in the background is the UPS A300, which is now heading over to take off on runway 18 left. Our lens has developed a little twitch here. So, regrettably, this plane is of a size which lets it go over the bridge to the east side, and that's where it's going right now. So we'll have to deal with this the same way we did with the MD-11. We'll have to watch it go up from the terminal buildings. Looks like Joshua Leclerc's on the way out. Joshua, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight on Runway DFW After Dark. Constance says that Singapore looks beautiful at night. It does indeed. Well, our consolation prize for you cargo aficionados will be the UPS A300 going to Chicago Rockford International Airport. But again, we will endeavor to bring you the Brussels-bound 747 as it takes off. So do not despair. That wind is blowing in just the right direction that we can get a whiff of the Jet A tonight. Beatmaker 50 says, nice variety of birds tonight. It is a good night for us in that regard. Another pushback happening just over there. 767, flight 793 to Louisville. 767-300ER. Let's see here.
1998.
So that's a 26-year-old aircraft over there. Sarah says, I just found out that the MD-11 can use a shorter runway due to its rocket power. It is pretty powerful. And it looks like the 747 is next in line to take off from the east side. We'll watch the A300 go up, and then we will get into position to watch the Queen of the Skies. Okay, Singapore Airlines cargo flight 7951 to Brussels is rolling on runway 17 right, and we are looking for it now. See if we're positioned in a place where we can spot it to rise from behind the terminal buildings. Thank you, Rachel. I forgot to mention that yesterday, DFW Airport got its first taste of the new Korean Air livery. Made its first appearance here. I think our friend Cloudy was one of the lucky photographers who was out here to capture that. I saw her pictures. I still have not yet gotten to see it. I hope to see it before we get to Seoul later this year. That's loud. This is the 767 going to Chicago Rockford. Good night to Beatmaker 50. Glad you could be with us. Thank you, George. Hope you can come back and see us again. Flyer KG is out. Flyer KG, thank you for your membership, and we'll see you soon. All right, is it just going to warm up or is it going to go? At least we're not blinded now. Well, now we are. I think it's going. It gets so quiet when the engines turn away from being directly pointed at us. This plane is going down the central taxiway betwixt runways 18 right and 18 left. That's some new route it is taking to go to the east side. I am puzzled and perplexed. And now it makes a left turn. And yeah, I think it's going to be going over to the east side because it's crossing over 18 left now. All right, another wide-body loss for us. But I can almost guarantee you that you will be seeing the Cathay Pacific plane going out over here on the west side. So there's that. Elena wants to know why this stream is so oddly satisfying. Well, that's because I sprinkle it with special aviation dust. I don't know. We have a new subscription, subscriber, Christian Gamble. I couldn't quite read it. I don't have a very big screen, but thank you for your subscription. Francis is celebrating 1 month of being a Twin Jet member. Thank you, Francis. Your support is much appreciated. Kaiga Gaming says, I'm here watching you right now. Should I be scared? American Flight 2958 to Fresno, California, 737-800 is rumbling, getting ready to rumble. I better not say that. I think that's a copyrighted phrase. That's it there. It's not rumbling, it's, I like to say, trundling. Well, let's see, we're also missing Iberia to Madrid. It's going over to the east side. We can't win tonight, can we, folks? That Iberia is an A330-300. Which we briefly saw coming in on the east side. Shortly after we initiated the broadcast. Wherever you may be around the world, welcome to Runway DFW. I know there's some people who aren't in the chat and would rather keep it that way, but always good to hear from you. Real Braun 03, now a Twin Jet member for 7 months. With a good evening and love DFW under the lights. Hey. This one snuck up on me. And I'm a semi-professional. Cargolux Flight 8 coming in from Anchorage. A 747-8. That is an 11-year-old plane touching down after a flight of 5 hours and 25 minutes from the frozen tundra. Is it frozen in, is it still frozen in beginning of June? I don't know. Never been to Anchorage, although, as we've discussed before, it would be a fun place to go watch the planes. They have so many unusual and rarely seen aircraft at Anchorage. And of course, Kevin with Airline Videos has been there a couple times, and our Jerry with Big Jet TV also been there. I believe LA Flights has been there on an occasion or two. So it's a popular place for plane spotting. So a little bonus Queen action for us there. Yes, they do, Luke. Yes, they do. Lonnie S., my fiance, or did it say finance, and I were there a few weeks ago when you were streaming. I'll be flying out of there in August. Well, hope you're having a good trip. Want to get up, go ahead. Says, good evening, Walton Mods and all. Been here a while, but attention has been on the dog who adopted me. Aw. Someone dumped him out here, but he's a sweet soul, just a little leery of humans. Yeah, I know how some animals are like that. So good for you for taking care of a sweet puppy. Billy Farrar with kind words. Thank you, Billy. We have here from KP 8383 a $25 super chat. Thank you, KP. Who says some very nice things about Runway DFW, and I certainly do appreciate that. Look at all of our cameras are working still. Usually one of them peters out by now, but we've got our 4 cameras going. Jonathan McD waving, and we'll wave back to you on camera 3. Well, it has gotten a bit quiet, although there is a plane which is now rolling down 18 left. That's American 1062 to Albuquerque, a 737-800. But let us now turn our attention to the skies on the other side of the aerodrome as we get our last look at Iberia flight 364 to Madrid. There it goes from behind the Grand Hyatt. Yeah, I know it's far away. We'll zoom in just a tad. Headed back to Madrid. So in the next half hour or thereabouts, we should be seeing Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney and Cathay Pacific. I can't remember what the flight number is on that bird, going back to Hong Kong. Jonathan McD says, good morning from Scotland. Hello, Jonathan. You're up early with us this morning. Can't be, what time is it in your part of the world? All I know is that it's early. Well, in London, it's 4:32 a.m., so I'm imagining in Scotland it must be a somewhat similar time. So good morning to you, Jonathan. Well, we've been happy to have you with us, M.R. Rice. We'll see you next time on Runway DFW. Thanks for your company this evening. And Brandon Rabbit, work starting at 4:30. So good night to you, and thanks for stopping by and sharing a part of your day with us as well. So let's see if we have any other excitement in store for you. Well, around about this time, we normally see a DHL flight going out to Cincinnati. It's been on the radar for a while. That, for some reason, that plane always lights up the radar about an hour or 90 minutes before it actually takes off. So, I haven't seen it yet appear, but we do have on the docket for the next few minutes, Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney, a 7879 Dreamliner, supposed to be going out at 10:40. 10 minutes later at 10:50, Fiji, an A350-900, back to Nadi Airport in Fiji. About the same time, Qatar A350-1000, which is scheduled to go to Doha, one of 2 daily flights. And the Cathay Pacific at 10:55, going to Hong Kong. Another A350-1000. And that's, of those, we can expect to see the Cathay and the Qantas take off from over on this side. Sometimes we see the DHL, maybe about 50% of the time. The Qatar almost always goes over to the east side for takeoff at night, but occasionally we'll see it. Douglas W. McDonald likes the vibe. Thank you, Douglas. Simon 007 wants to know if I've been to the C.R. Smith Museum. That's the American Airlines Museum, and I was there. It's been so long since I've been there. It's been there for a long time. I think I went there with my kids. And my kids are now, my daughter, my oldest child, my daughter is going to be turning 40 this year. So it's been several decades, I want to say, since I've been to the C.R. Smith Museum. I should go back there and check it out. Maybe American Airlines would let me do a tour to take you along. I'll have to check with them on that. That's a good suggestion. Wood Doctor says the condiment cart is on the roll. Okay, now what he's talking about is the DHL. If it's in the DHL livery tonight, sometimes this plane, which is operated by ABX Air, is in the ABX livery with the big A on the tail. So let's see what we've got tonight. Well, I don't know if we see it quite yet. It is on the move. According to Flight Radar, the plane we should see is a mustard and ketchup livery with a nice cheat line in red. And here it comes.
A blast from the past, 1990.
So it'll turn and we'll get a better look at it here. So it's got a crossover, whether it takes off from the east side or the west side. Got a crossover 18 right, which is the landing, the nominal landing runway. And then it'll head over towards runway 18 left, and we'll see if it will take off from there. We're having a good night here. We were last with you on Monday. We normally come on Tuesday, but we were having a bit of precipitation the last couple of days. So we decided to bring you a Monday presentation. And in case you're wondering, and next time we see you should be on Saturday sometime. Keep your notification bells engaged. So, a very handsome DHL livery, to my eye. Distinctive, colorful, and yes, makes you want to have a hot dog. So no other planes to interfere with it. It does look as though it is making haste towards the east side. Chip says the Singapore cargo operated by DHL is white over mustard with a Singapore duck on the tail. It's called the mustard duck. Really? I don't think I've seen that. I shall have to look for it. Well, off it goes. Over the bridge. James S. Zaphod Harkonnen says it's interesting learning the nicknames each area has for things. Down here, that DHL livery would be the hot dog livery. Tom Bechtel, channel member, says, hey everyone, just made it to the stream. Better late than never, I guess. Well, we should have, you know, it's quiet right now, but we should have some excitement over the next 20 minutes or so with the international flights going out. Thanks for being here. Elena Dreyer says, sweet, can't wait for the next stream. Oh, very nice. Alex Rutiaga says, I'm glad I didn't miss the stream, watching from Durango in Mexico. Having a good time as usual with your 10 of 10 production. Well, thank you for that rating, Alex. Appreciate it. And James S. is coming to us. I missed this message earlier. Kia ora from down here in... Now I can't pronounce that. Is that in New Zealand? I think so. Been hearing a lot about this stream from the local streamers. Well, we're glad you caught us, no matter what time it is or where you are. Ah, a plane is coming in. Always nice to have some action. That's an American flight. I believe it's flight 1974 from Las Vegas, Nevada, an Airbus A321. was kind of surprised we can see the towers of Cedar Hill back there tonight. Those are about 24, 25 miles away from us. And I thought we were not going to have the visibility to bring those to you. Okay, so Francis confirms that James S. is a Kiwi. Okay. Sandy's Fireworks saying hello. It's been a while since I left. Hello, Sandy. Okay, and James S. is from Wellington in New Zealand. And I dare not pronounce what you just wrote. So that's the Maori name for the Wellington area. Okay. That makes sense, and I'm not quite up on my New Zealand pronunciations. We have American Flight 4055 to American Eagle Flight 4055 to Corpus Christi, Texas is getting ready to take off. That'll be an Embraer 175. Samantha, channel member, says hello, Walt plus chat. I know you sent that a little while ago, but sometimes I don't get caught up on things. But I do like to acknowledge everybody I can. Sometimes it's just not possible. So I hope you do not feel slighted if for some reason I overlook your kind message. American Airlines Flight 2120 to Amarillo, Texas, and Airbus A319 is lining up to take off. It's an 18-year-old plane. Still no sign of the stars of our broadcast for the next few minutes. Cathay Pacific and Qantas and Qatar. Don't see any of them yet on the move. we look down towards Terminal D, you see the tail of the the tail of the Cathay flight there to the left of your screen, prominently standing out from all the American Airlines tails. All right, James S. says, on the off chance you were wondering, the pronunciation is roughly Taifang Anui Terra. Taifang Anui Terra. Hope I didn't mangle that. Now it has me wondering what the original American Indian names are for the DFW area. Well, we do have a lot of first American names in and about Texas and Oklahoma as well. Of course, Oklahoma is, I think about 2/3 of the state is Indian territory. That is to say, they have Indian tribes which have governments that operate across the state. And I know that because my TV station, K10, covers a lot of that territory in southern Oklahoma. American Flight 633 coming in from Phoenix, Arizona. And Airbus A321. Rhonda Payne loves the nighttime views. You know, I always say, I love the nighttime. I love to boogie. That's what I like to say. Larry Hawkins says Qatar is now pushing back. So we'll at least get to see that plane taxiing for a bit. We may not see it taking off over here. We do have some departure action happening across from us now. That Frontier flight is an Airbus A320neo, flight 1425 to San Diego. It's behind the American Eagle plane, with Blanco, the polar bear, on the tail. We have to dial down our gain. Yeah, there we go. So I've dialed down the gain on our camera so we can see Blanco a little better. So hello Blanco, we gotta return to our normal nighttime levels here. So you get a little washed out when we do that. Nope, no incoming flights that I see either east or west right now. Bear with me, Blanco, says Chip. I have to say goodnight to Walt Moderation Federation and fellow Av Geeks. Chip, thanks so much for stopping by tonight and for your kind super chat and for your company. We'll see you next time. Sandy's Fireworks wants to ask you, why was there an Antonov around the beginning of April at DFW? Is that usual in DFW for an Antonov to be there? Well, the thing with the Antonov, it's a very specialized cargo plane, which can handle unusual cargo that other more traditional planes, even a 747, can't ingest into their cargo bay. So no, it's not a regular visitor here. I've seen the Antonov twice since I've been here, but it has come here at least a couple more times than that. Then, you know, I'm not here all the time. And that's about all I know. But I don't think it's, you know, it is contracted in order to handle unusual cargo. So it's usually a very special thing when you see it, wherever you see it. But it's a cool plane. Well, there are a couple of Antonov cargo planes. The AN-24, which is the jet version, the bigger version. There was a bigger one, but it got blown up in the war. And the AN-12, I believe it is, which is a propeller-driven or turboprop plane, which also has a very big cargo space. So if you ever get a chance to see that plane, it is a recommended viewing. And we do have it here on our channel. If you look back in our history, you can find our encounter with it, our encounters. Flight 711 to Ontario, California, an Airbus A321 is what you're seeing there, about ready to take off. As we await our biggins of the night. A leisurely liftoff to Ontario. And now we get a look at the big Qatar A350-1000. Which is slowly beginning its journey to Doha. Got a couple of American Airlines wide bodies, which are now pushing back from Terminal D. American Flight 132 to Dublin, a 777-200, and American Flight 78, a 777-300ER, which is going to London Heathrow. A2Q KFTW says a good-looking Saab A340 is on the way in. Oh, we're gonna turn things around for that. We are a fan of the Saab A340. Be here in about 20 seconds by my reckoning. Thank you for that heads up. Was that Wood Doctor who said that? No, 182Q KFTW. Thank you. Touching down right at the 11 o'clock hour as a American Airlines flight to Seattle was taking off. So let's see what I can tell you about this. Coming in from Colombia, Saab 340B, Ameriflight, 2 hour and 16 minute jaunt for that plane.
$19.93.
A 32-year-old Saab. And that's the Saab story for tonight. Sandy's Fireworks is a fan. They're at the Game Boy. Likes the livery on that plane. Gary Shepard says it looks like an ex-Logan Air. See if it comes towards us. I think it ducks in behind the UPS area, but we'll see. Very nice. See if we can catch up with Qatar.
We're still waiting up close enough.
Strig says, Mama says plane spotting is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. H-Dot, did you see a coyote? Now see, normally at night I don't see those. Oh, Justin P saw it as well. As did 6446 King. I can't read the rest of that. But yes, I think it's pretty much confirmed. Somebody's seen a coyote out there. Unfortunately, our reception of flight rate of air traffic control not the greatest tonight. I don't have it turned up very loud. So there's the Qatar A350-1000. I now see Cathay Pacific Flight 875 on the radar, pushed back, as is Qantas Flight 8. So it's going to get busy here in a few minutes. We'd of course love to see this A350-1000 take off into the night sky right in front of us here on 18 left. It is approaching the spot where we would have to turn to go to the east side, and it looks as though that is what it is going to be doing. So I'll have to see if we can get that on our radar to show you as it takes off.
Left at 0, Mexico 46.
Yin Team Stripes patiently waiting for my favorite airline, Cathay Pacific A350-1000 takeoff. Well, we will be seeing that pop up over on this side. I can't imagine that it would take off from this side of the airport.
Left Whiskey Hotel on our way to 35.
Now we do have the two American wide bodies, which are coming our way. I'll have to see which way they go. Once again, one of them, Flight 78 to London Heathrow, the other, Flight 132 to Dublin. Both 777s.
Alright, we'll use Whiskey Golf.
Now here's the answer to the first of those two, the flight to London. And I would not at all be surprised if the flight to Dublin follows suit.
Our departure, thanks for letting us take off at 0, Mexico 46.
There is said Flight 132.
I have to be car line left there, 27.
Making the turn as well.
Departure number 3569.
Well, Lyric the Game Boy, we do have two planes, which I can almost assure you we will see here. The Cathay Pacific and the Qantas. So don't despair. Don't forget, immediately following our regular presentation, be time for Chat Extravaganza, when you, the Runway DFW viewer, if you choose, can hang out with us and watch us pack up. We'll play music, you chat amongst yourselves. That's Chat Extravaganza. That's it in a nutshell. American 1607 to El Paso, Texas, a 737-800 is now taking off. There's the Cathay. There's the Qantas.
Tower American 662, we're ready. 662, 5.18 left, American 662.
There's Mary Extraordinaire right on time.
Arnett Blair, clear to take off, 1 left, American 662.
Just need to have Mary's music ready for her. Well, here comes the Cathay. It's another A350-1000. The Doha-bound A350-1000 is just about ready to take off over on the east side. Shall we see what we can do to watch that?
Runway 18 left, American 2378.
Here comes Cathay, and we're about to see the departure of the Qatar flight. Let's see, I'm going to guess we're going to see it in this area.
Arnett B Park, clear to take off, 1 left, American 2378. On the way, 1 left, American 1679.
And from this distance, the big A350-1000 looks a little bit tiny.
Arnett Blair, take off, 1 left, American 1679. And Hal, we're going to need a minute for American 2998. Dispatch just sent us a message. We got to process it real quick. Alright, we installed cross 1 left, and then Double back, right turn on the Whiskey Foxtrot, hold short, looking left, 4 miles, American 2998.
So there, as promised by our thumbnail tonight, is Cathay Pacific. Flight to Hong Kong, 8,100 miles, and it averages just shy of 16 hours in the air. Mason says Fiji Airways A350-900 is pushing back. Oh, we may have to wait for that one as well. Almost forgot about that one. And not too far behind this plane is the Qantas Flight 8 to Sydney, 7879 Dreamliner. I believe that's it there. The old Flying Roo. Next stop, Hong Kong. We have next for you the Flying Roo.
Clip back up 1 isolate. 1 second. Update data verified RNS 2 on FC Larry. 1 second.
Another long flight, 8,577 miles. About a 16.5-hour flight. And all the best for safe travels to the land down under. All right. Rich Carlisle is here with us, channel member. Hello, Rich. Texas girl. Her favorite plane. I'm assuming she's talking about the... This has got a mind of its own. Talking about the Qantas flight. Thank you, Texas girl. So, okay. Got a Frontier Airbus A320. With Humber, the California Condor, up on its tail. It's not going to California, it's going to Denver. Flight 4069.
Alright, V Park right away, let's clear for takeoff, Skyler. American 790, DFW Line up play 18 left, American 790. Okay, departure, flight 14.
So what I believe will be our final aeroplane of the evening is what I'm looking for here. I think I finally got it in our sights. It is Fiji Airways Flight 891 to Nadi Airport. Nadi Airport, an A350-900.
Charlie 12, American 2998. Okay. Let me look around and get the full cleared up on the other side there. I'll get you over here to 2998. American 1075, 74, if you wish to get in the cross from the way up, I'm back around 25.
I do not believe we told you what you were looking at there. I shall attempt to rectify that now. American Flight 790 to Colorado Springs was what just took off. A 737-800. Poised for takeoff there, American Flight 2190 to Silao in Mexico at 737 800. Wind picking up just a bit. There's Fiji. So yes, after we watch Fiji lift off, it will be time for Chat Extravaganza. Hope you'll stick around. It's always nice to have your company when I'm packing up. I do kind of peek over and watch the chat flow, and you know, I know it's not the most exhilarating content on the web. See me winding up cables and putting things in bags and boxes, but what else are you going to watch at this time of night? Don't answer that. Fiji coming our way. Hey, there's Louis DeHaan. Hello, Louis, channel member. Good morning to you. Carlos Garcia, channel member. Good evening from Albuquerque. Walt, you missed all the action Tuesday night. I counted 33 planes in holding patterns as far west as Lubbock and the Panhandle. Then to watch them line up for approach was cool. Well, I can't be out here all the time, and I apologize for not being able to be out here for that. There's just no good place to hang out when there's storms here at Founders Plaza. There's no sheltered areas, and I don't really want to risk our gear getting rained upon. I was listening to Kevin at AVL, who was, this was I guess yesterday? Earlier this week he was on the parking garage at LAX. He was showing off his new audio mixer, of which I think he said he counted he's had 8 audio mixers over the last 4+ years. And he's got a little bigger budget than mine. I can't afford that. And they either go bad, or they get rained on, or wet, or flake out. So I like to be a little gentler with my gear. We'll see some rain every now and again, especially over at Love Field. We can go in the parking garage and get a little shelter and have some rainy streams. Well, as we approach the end of our broadcast, Once Upon a Time channel member is gifted 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you, Once Upon a Time. We welcome JetBlue 1441, Robert Camilleri, Leo Garcia, Ty Lur, and Owen. Thank you so much. And we say thank you to Louis DeHaan, who's been a Twin Jet member for 13 months. Time flies when you're having none. Thank you, Louis. I mean, talking about rain, I do have, contingencies for if we get rained on. unexpectedly, because you have to have that. But I guess I'm not quite ready to intentionally go out in the rain. I have thought about trying to come up with a kind of a stripped down setup so that we could broadcast from inclement weather. I'm still kind of working on that in my head. Dallas Allen says, I'm in that FLH Airlines. Does he mean Fiji? That plane in front of you. Fiji. I hope that's what you're talking about. There are several planes over there, including that Spirit that's getting ready to take off for Las Vegas, an Airbus A320. The doctor says contingencies equal corks for sprinkler heads. Yeah, listen, thank you DFW Airport for not sprinkling us in recent weeks or months. They used to turn on the sprinklers about 10:30 here on a regular basis, not consistently but fairly regularly, and that always caused some consternation. In fact, we had taken to ending our coverage about 10 o'clock to get out of the way of any potential sprinklers. So fingers crossed, DFW has switched its sprinkling pattern to later, maybe early in the morning, maybe? I hope so anyway. TX Razorback says it could get something like a food truck and keep the electronics dry and still be able to have the cameras looking out the open side of the truck. Well, that would be one thing as we get ready to watch Fiji take off here. Ooh, cool lighting. And there it goes, headed across the Pacific Ocean. Well, not for a few hours, but and with that, we reluctantly bring an end to the latest edition of Runway DFW, at least as far as our active watching planes portion goes. I've got to reset our... So here we go. Ah, you know what that music means. It's almost time to say goodnight. Don't forget, Chatstravaganza immediately follows whatever ramblings I engage in right now. But speaking of ramblings, hey, I'd like to thank you for watching tonight. I'd like to thank our channel members. You know who you are. Thank our channel sponsor, James Webb. You know who he is. Thank you, James, and especially for your very generous super chat tonight. Thank you to all of the others who gave nice super chats tonight to help this enterprise keep going. Thank you especially to our Runway DFW Moderation Federation. You really make a big difference in how people perceive this channel. So your participation and your kindnesses and your interaction with the other viewers is really important, and I thank you for that. So thanks for watching. We'll be back probably on Saturday. Keep your notification bells engaged. And that's it for us tonight from Runway DFW. From DFW Airport, I'm Walt. Thanks for watching. Happy contrails to you until we meet again.
takeoff 20 left American 514.
Well, we seem to have come to that time. Did I feel a raindrop? That time of when we've got to turn off all this. Can't talk over a jingle. And so we turn off all the stuff. You may have heard some new music in there. We have a little bit. I'm trying to add in some new music to our closing credits. So, I think I'm tired. It is just before midnight here. We say thank you to B. Warren, who is now a TriJet member. Thank you, B. Warren. Let me turn off our Chatstravaganza crawl here so I can speak unto you. There we go. I see there's laundry talk and ironing talk going on in the chat, so good on all of you who have found something other than airplanes to discuss. We'll be back with Runway DFW, another edition, probably on Saturday. Please adjust your notification bells accordingly. Maybe from here, maybe from Love Field, depending on the weather. We'll try to at least put something together for you. And that's it. Thanks again for watching. Thanks to our members. Thanks especially to our Moderation Federation. Thank you, mods. I see O'Malley's hanging in with us till the bitter end, as is Mrs. Runway DFW, so thanks to you. Yeah, gotta go home. See you next time on Runway DFW. Bye, everybody.
Acts and promotional consideration furnished by Pan American World Airways, the world's most experienced airline. Pan Am makes the going great. This is Dick Tufel speaking.
In the morning, on the air.
I'm looking for music. Where's my music? Here we go. Good night, all.
to change it right.